Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, where the table tennis action is going down here at Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is the wonderful world of table tennis, and we are about to enter the magic of Class 2 men's singles event, the gold medal match to come, and following that, Class 4 gold medal match. Exciting battles here with some very interesting matchups. And it'll be France and Poland to battle. Here is the motif table, T for Tokyo and T for table tennis. So look at how the players got here so far. So representing France, we have Fabian Lamiro. He's 41 years old, and his opponent, Rafał Chuper from Poland, 33 years old, 8 years younger. And we're looking at the world rank number 1 and world rank number 2.
It's a high quality field, like you say. World number 1, world number 2, and the 2 finalists from Rio as well. So, as they say, the cream floats to the top eventually, doesn't it?
Wow, yeah, that sounds right. I'm not so into coffee, but it does seem to be the way it works here. So the 2 expected to be here in a rematch. Now, interestingly enough, their head-to-head record, they played 19 times, and 18 of them have been won by world rank number 1, Fabian Lamiro. That said, the only time he has lost to Rafał Chuper was the last time they played, their most recent match, and it was an 11-9 victory in the 5th for Chuper. So, should be spectacular.
Yeah, have you got anything planned in the next
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's singles Class 2 gold
I did rent
medal
out the
match.
back of my seat because I don't expect to be using it. That's about the only plan other than enjoying the match.
Well, they are ready.
Representing France, France 대표, Fabian Lamiro.
Paralympic final. And so for them, it's business as usual, really.
Well, the businessman coming to take care of business, a father of 3 who started playing at 20 years old, yet is the defending gold medalist from Rio. He took a bronze in London in 2012, but gold on the wheels.
Representing
We'll see if he's got gold in the plans for today. Only one person will be able to stop him, and that's this person right here, Rafał Chuper. So Rafał, again, 33 years old, world rank number 2, took the silver because he was stopped by Lamiro in Rio, but again has shown some strong improvements in his first ever victory in their last encounter.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? We've got Fabian Lamiro, known as Fabian, and Rafał Chuper, known as Shoopy, so Super Shoopy, and Fabian. Hopefully they'll live up to their names and their nicknames. We'll see.
Yeah, these nicknames just outstanding, but definitely earned. You're looking at the World 1 and World 2. So, staying hydrated, the water bottle on the back of the wheelchair for in-between games. They will have a minute to talk to their coaches between games. This will be a best-of-5 final. First player to win 3 games wins not only the match, but the gold medal for this event here at the Paralympics. Coin toss to determine where the players start and who serves.
They always like to get this out the way. They'd rather just get straight into it and warm up, but it's never the case. The umpire has to have his or her say. Make sure you know which end you're going to start with, who's going to have the serve, and then you can be released to your coaches.
Yeah, this is where it starts getting real now after the coin toss. Interestingly enough, I always like to give away the serve because if it does come down to 9-9 in the 5th, after an 11-9 fifth in the 5th for their last encounter, at 9-9 in the 5th, you would have the last 2 serve combination in the match. Also, it sort of feels generous in a certain way.
That's if you know your maths inside out, of course. But everyone's different. Everyone has a preference, of course. It's quite warm in this Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. That's one way of keeping yourself cool.
Yeah, I was going to say it's also quite humid, so it's interesting, but I have seen a lot of the players in the wheelchair events, classes 1 through 5, spraying themselves to, keep themselves cool out here.
Well, it's cooler inside than it is outside. It's low 30s, so thank goodness we're indoors with some air conditioning. Hopefully the action will warm us up a wee bit here.
Now, he sprayed his face and then used the moisture left on his face from the water bottle to clean the rubbers on the racket. Now, for those of you newer to para table tennis, there are 11 classifications within the sport of table tennis. The lower the number, the greater the impairment. Class 11 is intellectual impairments or disability. Classes 6 through 10 are standing, and classes 1 through 5 are seated in a wheelchair. So this right here, Class 2, means relatively limited mobility and balance. Upper body is going to be the key factor.
And it changes the nature of the game as well, and the tactics that you use. As we have a quick look at the journey for the Frenchman, and just the 2 games dropped, he's been very, very impressive.
All the way through, and even in the semifinals against Cha Soo-young, Korea brings some very strong wheelchair players to the Paralympics and dominated the last event I saw them in. They took 3 of 4 gold medals. Now, in the Olympic Games, you can send no more than 2 players in singles. In Paralympics, for any given class, no more than 3. And a total of only 2 games dropped here for Rafael Chuper. Man.
Yeah, cruise through the group stage, that's for sure. I suppose you could argue it was a little bit tougher in the quarterfinal and the semi, but not much. They've both been really on top of their game, and really, I guess it's probably fair to say that in their own mind they're thinking, right, my toughest opponent will be if and when I get to the final.
And here's Ing Tze Kin from Hong Kong, our umpire for the match. Officials here are only the best in the world. International blue badge umpire, that is the cream rising to the top. The physics I learned earlier in the broadcast. And on the other side of the table, our assistant umpire, Ernesto Rivero of Venezuela, keeping track of time for the 2-minute warm-up as players get used to each other's equipment and the space.
And we talk about the players, but of course it's a big moment for the officials as well. It's a big moment on your CV.
No, it's true. I have friends on social media that messaged me, my dream has finally come true after 19 years of umpiring table tennis. I'm going to Tokyo. So a little bit about the equipment. The Polish player, Rafael Chuper, is using inverted, spinny, aggressive rubber on both sides. But Lamiro on the other side, on his backhand, has long pips, a more defensive rubber that knuckles the ball back. So here we go, a best-of-5 match. And Rafael Chuper to start with the serves. Good distance here, half long near the back edge of the table. Lamiro looking for that opening attack.
You want to start well.
And he's keeping it very deep with these long pitch shots. It's tough to open against them. It's quick and it's a bit dead. Not a lot of rotation off them. Good reach there, a little break off the net for Rafael. Now that shot you saw is tactically very common in classes 1 and 2. We call it the tetra, nicknamed after tetraplegic. It's a shot that lobs up and comes down right behind the net, then back to your side. Ooh, and a gift, omiyage. That's Japanese for gift. Gladly received by Rafael Chuper.
Oh, very long. Possibly just caught the edge.
Definitely did, and could be a little bit of instant table tennis karma after the gifted serve.
Well, as we were expecting, it's a bit nip and tuck at the moment as these two, like prize fighters, just the jabs before the knockout punch, perhaps.
Yeah, they're definitely working to set up those big attacking moments. 3 points apiece now. And all about angle, not for speed, but for placement here. Lamiro with a very wide shot from the middle, using the forehand effectively. Second serve here for Lamiro as he sets up. A good tomahawk shot here, using that bit of side spin with the forehand. Lamiro right out of the serve with the tomahawk serve. Just keeps bending it, keeps varying the spins to keep it tricky.
Oh, what a return that was. Great reactions.
Yeah, he had to take that one so early to be able to even find such a wide angle. Quick, clever reaction.
A little look over his shoulder. The French contingent have been gathering for about an hour now, and they're enjoying what they're seeing.
Scoreboard-wise, understandable. A very strong start for the French world #1, Lamiro. Chupa still looking to settle into the ball off the long pips of the backhand from Lamiro. All catches the hand. You could see the frustration as he sort of deflates after that.
7 points in a row. A lot of side spin on the serve, but this man here equal to the task. He's got a bit of work to do, though.
Oh, nice angle. Good use of backspin. Keeps it short to the forehand side. Gutsy play under pressure. Just floats that up and makes it kick off to the side.
Lovely angle. A little bit of surprise. A little bit of deception, what you need.
Yeah, you can see the emotion. He wears his heart on his sleeve, Chupi. Top of the net, but stays on his own side. It's been a back and forth game one. A bit of a runaway in the start for Lamiro after his comeback from down, what, 1-3? Beautiful strawberry here with the backhand. He comes around the outside of the ball, and the side spin off the long pip side of the racket earns him 4 game points to take the first in this best of 5. And well angled short to the backhand side. Lamiro controls, and game 1 to the world #1, the defending gold medalist, Fabien Lamiro. Again, it's a best of 5, so first player to win 3 games. This will be interesting to see how things turn around and if Rafael Chupa can sort of bring back the performance that got him their last encounter.
Well, Chupa started well, didn't he? But all of a sudden, the express train that is Fabien Lamiro got under speed, and there was no answer, really. That lovely side spin serve doing its magic. And he may well have won the last meeting between the two, but I wonder psychologically whether Rafael Chupa just feels the man at the other end of the table is unbeatable.
I think he might have felt that way coming into his last match, but there's this amazing resilience within these athletes. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. It's tough to come to the table believing you can't win. You must come to the table knowing there's some way to do it.
And he is a fighter. He's always been active. He liked football, table tennis, martial arts, kickboxing before his accident. Went back to table tennis. So he's got a fighting spirit.
Wow, literally and figuratively. So we'll see what he can do. It'll be a pretty important game here in a best of 5 to change the momentum here and show the opponent that he means business. So Chupa at the bottom of the screen in black. The man with spinny rubbers on both sides. Did he say vamos? Does he speak Spanish?
Second game.
Well, Lamiro's hero is Rafa Nadal, so perhaps a little bit. Who knows?
Love off.
Good deception on the serve. Top spin with the side spin, and it comes up and out. Now, it might look easy, but if you've ever tried to receive a serve from a pro, putting it anywhere within a few feet of the table is not easy to do. Good placement here, right into the elbow, the crossover point. Getting Chupa to turn and play the forehand from the middle.
These have to count.
Outstanding touch shot, a bit of a tetra here that bends off to the side.
Little shrug, as if it's something he does every point.
Good pressure, wide out of reach, surprise factor high. And it has been on both sides. Even for that Tetris shot, there wasn't a lot of telegraphing before the play.
Yeah, they're both artists in their own way.
Good recovery here. You can see how much he's wanting to cover the corners here. Wheel up a good amount there to make sure he can reach the forehand if he needs it.
In the sitting table tennis, angles are so important.
Wow, does that one stay short? Just takes all the pace off it. Watch this straight up now. Tell me, right near the net, this one is not coming all the way your way.
You can see him brush it. Bit of backspin. Did the job. And all of a sudden, Chupa is in the lead.
From down 1-3, 3 in a row. It's been back and forth in both of the first games. But this one sits a little bit deeper within reach, and Lamiro waits patiently, crushing it with his forehand. From this angle, you could really see the pace on it as it just skips off the table towards the camera.
Long again. He's fighting hard to keep in this second game.
Now, if you're newer to para table tennis, in the wheelchair events classes 1 through 5, there aren't too many rules different, but on the serve, it must come off the back of the table eventually. Oh, that one's inside the line, sneaks past him. The curve, the side spin, he thought it was out. He thought it was going to exit the side and be a left serve. Or a let serve, rather, to his left. Good coverage of the wide backhand, and he keeps it just at the baseline of his opponent's side.
Did very well because Lamiro's backhands were fabulous. Wide and shallow, but not enough.
For example, couldn't have asked for a better picture to go with your description. I mean, he took that one from the forehand side. He's just able to knuckle it back so creatively with those long pips.
Yeah, inside out, beautiful. Pushes it long. This is a right old ding-dong in the second game of this gold medal match. And it is the high-quality affair we were hoping for.
Good reach here, moves in the Tetris, sits a little bit deep. You know, the players in classes 1 and 2 get really experienced at taking the ball early off the bounce because of this shot right here. When it is high, when it's lobbed, it's not easy to do.
He times it so well. That's the second time in this game he's had to do that. Waits and waits until the right moment.
Ooh, a taste of his own medicine. It's off inverted rubber here, but the way he knuckled it back sort of worked with the spin that was already on it. So Chupi here, second serve. Trying to keep it baseline to set up the next attack. But it's just deep. Good pressure from Lamiro off the bounce time and time again. So tied up at 8 points apiece here. Lamiro with the serves. That serve is so dangerously close to the sideline, but Chupi learned his lesson from the last time it curved back in. So 1 point lead for the receiver, looking to get a game on the scoreboard here. Oh, some clear frustration here. Now, in some events, we'd see a yellow card for that. Outright service point. Chupi very frustrated, as you could understand. After all, He makes this point, he's got 2 game points, but instead, dead even again. And that parallel forehand attack earned him a good opportunity. Lamy Rowe fired up right now.
Huge point, wasn't it? Absolutely huge point. And from possibly leveling it up, he's in a spot of bother here, Super.
This time the forehand counts, turns the wheelchair a bit to make some space in the middle to set up that big forehand stroke. So now they'll be alternating serves every point until one player has a 2-point lead. Deuce in game number 2. Let's go, let's go, let's go, he says.
Great third shot, wasn't it?
Seemed like it clipped the top of the net a bit, hence the acknowledgement from Lamy Rowe. One of the traditions in table tennis, if you catch the edge or the net and it wins you the point. Good placement here. Chupi bringing it in short to that backhand.
Yeah, the sorry that's kind of sorry but not sorry.
Yeah, hashtag sorry not sorry.
I'll take it all the time.
Second deuce point, 11 points apiece. Lamy Rowe back with the serve on his side. Clever idea. Tries to go against the spin and bend it inside out to the corner.
He's battering away. Super, so far, has had enough.
But good side spin here. A very bold attempted play from Lamy Rowe, looking for that wide inside-out backhand. He's pulled it off before.
So not short of confidence.
Hands up, not guilty. A break off the top of the net. A tough, fast serve to receive, though.
And now he has a chance. He's been defending. Now a chance to level things up.
And he does it, playing steady in the push game, keeps it deep to the backhand, and that backhand that had bothered him throughout was protected. Chupi on the scoreboard. It could be a marathon match. It's a best of 5, 1 game apiece. What are you thinking?
What did you say about 5 games, 11-9?
Yeah, last time they played. Was I predicting the future? Maybe, maybe not. But the last time they played, it was 11-9 in the deciding 5th game. Now, should it go to a game 5, they will switch sides when one player gets 5 points to make sure that there's no, or as little advantage as possible. Oh, the hair too. Man, sprinkler system in full effect out here.
Whatever works, within the rules, of course. It was a very long, a very intense, a very technical game. And, well, Super had to defend. A handful of game points, but he came through with flying colours and finished it up. And, well, I wonder if that's a springboard, a platform for the Polish athlete.
It's interesting. We see very different sort of temperaments on the table. Some people do their best when they're calm and in their zen place. Some players play best when they're angry. Now, Chupi, as we saw the frustration throughout, I think part of it was that he knows his back is against the ropes, being down 0-1 and on the verge of being down 0-2. So really wanted to make every shot count. But I think he's a good player when he's fired up. Both of them so far, in terms of expression, Lamy Rowe has really been into this, pumping his fist, showing, celebrating, and earning the points. But you got the 2 best in the world here, so nothing's going to come easily. So game number 3 to start. We'll see who steps into the lead. 1 game apiece, love all. Lamy Rowe with some wide reach to the backhand, which is notoriously for wheelchair players a tougher place to really reach. But it was the forehand that was so wide that he couldn't touch it.
angles. That's what it's all about in this Class 2 version of para table tennis. It's like chess, isn't it, really? Just manoeuvring your opponents.
Now, I can't stress enough how difficult it is to counter or even defend against an attack off a defensive rubber. When someone hits at you fast with long pips, you don't have the rotation to work with. Now, if you are newer to table tennis, more of a sports tourist who happened to find this right now, spin is a big part of the game. Every time the ball is touched, there is some control related to spin. They're constantly changing it up, and the amount of spin put on the serve, most people, their first 5 times trying it, if they can touch the ball at all, they're doing great, let alone hitting it back onto the table. Well-placed tetra here just behind the net.
After that well-informed lecture about spin, the flat serve.
Right. And at this level, I think it's not how much spin you can put on, but how deceptive you can make it. So sometimes taking the spin off can be really effective in setting up the attack. Not twice in the same point. He caught one of those attacks and brought him back.
Well, we've seen, haven't we, in this match that in Class 2, a lot of it's about finesse. That was about power. Overwhelming your opponent.
Good deception throughout the point. Tough to tell where he was going to go. Watch him set this up. Spin deep to the corner. That was more about the spin controlling the ball than it was about the power. So Lamiro up by 2 on the receive. Another good, relatively empty serve gets floated back long. Now, I was taught at a fairly young age, whenever you're playing someone with long pips, you serve long and dead. Ooh, the fortune. The reason you do that is, with long pips, it's tougher to create spin. It basically punishes a player who hits you a very spinny serve. They have to deal with their own spin in reverse, coming back. That's tricky. Nice parallel shot here again off those long pips as the media gets ready to capture the passionate moments. 3-point lead now for France's world number 1, Fabien Lamiro.
Oh, didn't he reach well for that? It was a teaser from the Polish athlete. Just a little bit too close. You can see the spin on the ball. It was arcing away from Lamiro.
Clever idea to bring it back to the middle, break up the rally from the cross-court shots they had. So Chupi here with the serve second time around. Just short, it stays on his own side. Lamiro, while he's very present in the points, you can feel that he's playing with his entire delegation here, with his coach, with the contingent behind him.
Oh, no. Caught in 2 minds. Chupa.
To be fair, he didn't have a lot of time to react. I mean, Lamiro's shot at full extension right in near the net. It was tough to predict where the ball would go. He had so many angles available there. Now he's got 5 game points for a 2-1 lead. And it comes down on his own side, so Lamiro, 11-5, is 1 game away from securing a gold medal once again after his gold in Rio 5 years ago, 2016. Will Chupi be able to stop him? Will he make the adjustments? Only time will tell. I'll be curious to see.
Well, he dug in and came back in the second game, but each time that Chupa has lost a game, he's lost it quite heavily. And if you're a neutral, I think you suggest that the breeze, the wind is in Lamiro's sails at the moment. But this game is a wonderful game because the unexpected can come and clonk you around the corner.
There's too much entertainment here right now. Spectators trying to get the collector's item balls printed with Tokyo 2020 on the back, uniquely for Tokyo 2020. The commentator's booth is having a bit of a frenzy about these collector's items here. But nothing better to collect from Tokyo 2020 than the gold medal as Chupi tries to fight his way back to a deciding game number 5. Cleans off the racket. Why? To make sure he gets full traction when he tries to spin the ball from either side of his racket. You won't see the French opponent doing the same on his backhand, only on his forehand rubber. His backhand is there to reverse the spin of the ball, knuckle it back. So here we go, game 4. Lamiro with the serves. Beautiful inside-out forehand. The bend on it right down the line, flirting with disaster here, playing boldly to take the first point.
I think he's going to have to, isn't he? He's going to have to give it everything and see what happens. Fabulous. I mean, the percentage game hasn't worked for him so far, has it? I think Lamiro's always had something.
Yeah, if you want to talk percentages, I mean, when you're 1 in 18 against your opponent, you have to play out of your comfort zone.
Your comfort zone's not going to do it, is it? And so, like you say, just play those shots. Don't be stupid, be sensible, but give it a go. What have you got to lose?
So far, he's starting off well, first 3 points. And a ripping forehand, fired up right now, recognizing an opportunity. He sees it and he seizes it. Not much in the way of backswing, or at least preparation early. He doesn't move early. He gets all the backswing he needs, waiting until he sees that he's going to have the opening attack. Just short the Frenchman on the scoreboard. The world ranked #1, Fabien Lamiro. I like that, the way he tilts the brow down and sort of looks at his opponent like, do you feel lucky, punk?
It's always part of the game, though, isn't it? At whatever level, whatever classification, you give your opponent a good look.
Sports psychology is a big business, and it's part of every sport. If confidence wasn't a thing. But we are emotional animals, so making a statement, doing everything you can to let your opponent know that you are here, you are vicious, and you are ready to conquer.
And he's looking like a champion the way he's come back here. Keeping within touching distance, keeping the pressure on Super.
Just goes to show you they have good professional flooring. It's not the same as, say, concrete. Takes some of the pressure off the joints. This is one of those examples of just make sure you get your racket up, because if you can keep the ball in play, the last person who hits the table is the person who wins the point. At full extension, it almost comes down.
He was not far away, was he? And that would have been a fabulous winner. But it was the toe end of the racket.
Still 2 points in front here. Oh, Chupi with the rip off the bounce, just smothering that ball. A dismissive backhand to extend his lead to 3 points.
Well, he can see his coach. And if he wasn't at that end, he'd probably hear him. He's very happy with what he's seeing at the moment.
We have to appreciate what just happened. He hit one of the fastest, earliest balls we've seen and then played a soft touch shot completely out of reach on its tail.
Oh, how's that? How's about that for a response? Hitting a ball early.
And this is the only way to survive with a well-played tetra. Leans out in front, catches it on the rise, and plays the backspin to lift, to keep it out of the net.
Great flexibility from these athletes.
So within 3 points now, Lamiro looking to close it down to 2 this margin. What a cover from the middle. That was right at the shoulder. And he turns the wheelchair, gets the upper body out of the way to play the forehand as wide as can be.
Wasn't a bad return either, was it?
Definitely not a bad one indeed.
Fetch that one if you can. Worked him around the table and then just nip one out. Well, you're not going to get that, are you?
Oh, that's so gutsy. And back and forth. Yeah, he is speaking Spanish. It could be the Nadal impact.
Well, it's interesting. Lamiro, his hero, Rafa Nadal, Rafael Schuper, Novak Djokovic. Can't even agree on their heroes.
Thought he was going to pick someone with a name more like Fabian. 2-point game. Lamiro with the serves. That is unbelievable. I mean, watch how close to the net this is, just in a heartbeat. Quick decision, and it drops and curves off the side.
3 game points.
And Chupi does it, sails it long and wide with the push, 11-7 to send this to a deciding 5th. Now, in recent history, the last time they played, it came down to the 5th. Not only does Chupi have the momentum, he's got the records, he's got the history on the books.
Don't say we didn't warn you.
That's right. Back and forth throughout. For Lamiro, they've both been dominant victories, 11-6 and 11-5, a nail-biting Game 2 favoring Rafael Schuper.
Interestingly enough, though, I think Schuper's just now starting to pull out some really fabulous shots. And that last game had a different complexion to it. It didn't look like he was scrabbling. When he won the second game, 14-12, he was holding on, wasn't there. Starting to play some really fine shots.
You're right. The way he did it showed a confidence just to take the shots. I think shot selection is one of the biggest factors in the game in table tennis. If you're practicing 30, 40 hours a week, as the top professional players are, in some cases even more, it's not a question of muscle memory or having the physical capabilities. It's recognizing what to do against an opponent and how to isolate their weaknesses, adapt your game to force them to play outside of theirs. So here we are, game number 5, the decider. One game that will determine who takes the gold medal. So Chupi with the serves to start. This is Poland's Rafael Schuper. On the other side, world number 1, Fabian Lamiro of France. The final game of this event. Vamos, he says in Spanish, let's go. Yet celebrates in French with the oui, or oui. Let service exits the side of the table, just out of reach there.
Good leave from the Frenchman. Great placement again.
Did you see what Lamiro did there?
Little back header, very nice.
A little bit of frustration, I think, doesn't want to rush into it. I like how he does the wheelie sometimes just before getting settled in. I haven't seen that from other athletes.
He's got a long routine, hasn't he? And that's part of it.
And this time, the attack with the long pips, knuckles back to the corner, curves uncomfortably out of reach.
Well, that crowd of French athletes and officials and coaches seems to be growing.
The French population already living in Tokyo got the blasts on social media and quickly found their way in. Good timing, Chupi on top of the bounce, covers the topspin and rushes it back on the parallel nonetheless.
All set up from that wonderful return of serve as well. Crisp, shallow return.
Perfect advantage, the combination here after bringing in his opponent short to the forehand. Lamiro follows right back up and attacks deep into the body.
Oh dear, had all the time in the world.
Well, it looks that way. Time, maybe not though, because with the back and side spin, if he waits any longer, it's out of reach. I mean, it was already tough to reach from where he was. Excellent precision from Chupi. That is just a deadly combination. Lamiro with a bit of a fake there. Looks like he's going to attack cross court and then turns inside out. Strawberry short to the forehand. And when he gets the opponent rushing in to cover the short forehand, follows up with the attack. Residual side spin from early in the point, and the ball bites the rubber and curves off the side. They will switch sides of the table with Lamiro in front by 2 points.
That previous point, a great example, I think, of an athlete thinking very quickly and deciding what's the best. As it sort of floated back towards him, took a good think about his options and made some good choices. And that is the mark of a champion, and he's just edging away at the moment from Super.
You did mention chess earlier, and positioning in this sport, sort of combination plays, setting up the table, if you will, is a crucial factor out here. Players often know what's going to happen as soon as they hit their shot. They know what's most likely to come back. So thinking moves ahead. Down by 2 now, Chupi with the 2 serves on his side. The fact that he can do this in just a heartbeat, turn the racket, watch this, blocked fast off the top of the net and scoops it up short to the forehand with precision once again, makes it a 1-point game. Taste of his own medicine. I like that shot. Mind if I borrow it for a minute? I'll return it after the match.
Going back to the boxing analogy, it's the last round and they're just taking lumps out of each other, aren't they? Who knows how this is going to go?
Fine margins here with those low knuckling shots over the net. Tries to chop into it off the bounce. But now only 1 point between them once again. Big serve here to keep the momentum in the lead. Heavy spin from Lamiro's forehand.
He's not happy, is he, Super? Just literally bats the ball away.
It's not the first time we've seen that this match. Although both sides have shown their frustrations in different ways, whether it's a header, whether it's a slap of the ball into the net or behind.
Our volunteers are getting some exercise.
It's good. Could use it.
Another wonderful shot, teasing your opponent. There's absolutely nothing he could do about that.
Again, that side and backspin to keep it out of reach.
But that was a great stretch from the Frenchman. And there's those kind of moments that might just make you a double Paralympic champion.
Sure makes it feel like home court advantage when that many of your fellow countrymen, your delegation, come together to support you live for the gold medal match. 8 serving 6, Lamiro.
And it will be even louder in Paris, of course. And that's for another time. Our focus here on this gold medal match in Tokyo.
We got a timeout here on the Lamiro side.
We haven't had one earlier. In a way, a bit of a surprise, really. It is so tight. And we mentioned the last match going 11-9 in the fifth. Well, 8-7 in the fifth at the moment, and you wouldn't want to call it. You feel Lamiro is the man in possession, if you know what I mean. The man who has it within his gift to get over the line. But this man is a fighter.
Well, let's take a minute to just compare ages. When you think about the record head-to-head, 18-1 is pretty overwhelming. And if they've spent the last, say, 12 years playing against each other, but 41-year-old Lamiro versus 33-year-old Rafael Chuper. So still on his way up. It could be the turning of the tide, so to speak, with Chupi winning their last encounter. Sometimes once you cross that line, you never look back, and you have confidence. You get a chokehold on your opponent and you don't let go.
Well, 10 minutes or so and we'll know. Don't go anywhere. It is enthralling, isn't it?
Sure is. And as the clock ticks down, it's Lamiro back from his timeout. The only timeout left is on the side of Chupi if he needs it. And he's down by 1 point. On the receive in black, Poland's Rafał Chuper. That was an incredible point. When the Tetra came down and it was smashed right into the middle. Watch Chupi's block. He had the racket in front of his face and closed. Still brings it back for defense, but then after the short ball to the forehand, leaves himself exposed for that wide counter.
Certainly a gold medal shot, that one, within touching distance.
And the arcing shot, the Tetra comes down just wide. Lamiro now 1 point away from back-to-back gold medals at the Paralympics. He's got 3 chances right here and now. Chupi with his second serve, a chance to save gold medal point, extend the match. Stays short and Chupi's still in it. Lamiro disapproving immediately, knows right after contact, no, this isn't the shot. So serves on his side, 2 if he needs them. Very calm, the poker face of Chupi. You saw it before the shot. Just the body language alone, you can see the stress coming to Lamiro.
Oh, so tight, so tense.
And for the second time in a row, 11-9 in the fifth. But this time around, it is Lamiro who takes the match. It is absolute role reversal and a dish best served cold. It is revenge. He retains his gold medal. Back-to-back gold medals here in the final for Class 2 men's singles. France's Fabien Lamiro was fabulous here today. An incredible match against a very challenging opponent, the world number 2, Rafał Chuper, but pumped up, flexed, and ready to finally exhale as he collects another gold medal. What a heroic performance from the father of 3, 41-year-old Fabien Lamiro.
Well, we called it right at the beginning. It was going to be a long epic, and it really was. You felt Fabien Lamiro all the way through probably had enough in the tank to take his second consecutive gold, and well, as it was in Rio, so it will be in Tokyo. Gold for the Frenchman and silver for Rafael Schuper, who looked absolutely crestfallen as that gold medal point unfolded. But, well, amazing for Lamoureux, and, well, who wouldn't rule him out of a third one in Paris in 3 years' time?
No question about it. Within his class, he is still young and has many years to compete at the highest level. It is his third appearance at the Paralympic Games, with a bronze in London in 2012, a gold in Rio, and another gold here now. Here's a look at the stats. 52-45, Lamoureux in control despite the very narrow margin in game number 5. Relatively short points, yet 42 minutes for the match. That's how tight this was, back and forth throughout.
I think we got our money's worth, didn't we?
Sure did.
Well, he is a fighter, the Frenchman. Amazing. Used to get involved in Savate, the French boxing, handball, and well, after his accident, concentrated on the table tennis, and that competitive streak has seen him through to a gold medal in Rio, and now a gold medal here in Tokyo to go with his bronze in London. So the old trophy cabinet may have to be extended yet again. And someone has handed down the French flag. The tricolour is on display once again.
Well, très bien and allez, allez. For the French fans around the world, a long history in table tennis. And here at the Paralympic Games, the feeling is shared. Thumbs up, flags up, and country on high right now. Congratulations to France and the man who took the flag all the way to the gold medal of Class 2, Fabien Lamoureux. Stick around, more table tennis action to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the men's singles class 4 gold medal match.
男子シングルスクラス4決勝戦選手入場です。
Representing Turkey,
トルコ代表
Abdullah Öztürk.
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is Class 4 men's singles, the gold medal match, and representing Turkey, a star, the world ranked #1, Abdullah Öztürk. He's 31 years old, a big brother of another Paralympic player who's here and did quite well, but he is defending a gold medal that he won in Rio 2016, and there is only one man who can stop him. Kim Young-gun from Korea at his 5th Paralympic Games at only 36 years old. He's world ranked #2 and has had some gold in his history as well. A gold in Athens in 2004 and a gold in London in 2012. But in Beijing and in Rio was eliminated in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, had to make do with the team gold in Rio. So he had a team gold in Athens as well. So between them, dominated the scene. And I remember from Rio, Abdullah Öztürk was absolutely outstanding. And one of the stars of the tournament. And I think it's fair to say the same thing has happened again here.
So we get into the coin toss here. That is Gert Selig of Germany taking care of the coin flip, perfectly flipped.
Pressure moment for the umpire.
At the Olympic Games, I saw a coin toss where the coin flew completely out of hand, hit the floor, and rolled almost under the chair.
Well, as long as you can work out what's heads and what's tails, it doesn't matter, does it really?
It landed on its edge and stayed there for eternity.
Yeah, that's not so good.
So the coin has been flipped, which means the table has been set. We'll see where the players start and who starts with the serve as the players head over to the coach's corner to discuss their final thoughts before they get into the 2-minute warm-up. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking how interesting this will be. We've just seen a Class 2 competition. This Class 4, they'll have a little bit more mobility, so it will be a slightly different kettle of fish that we will watch, but fingers crossed, we go deep into the 5th again.
I wouldn't be surprised. These two head-to-head have played 14 times and are almost evenly split. Abdullah Öztürk has won 6 of their 14 encounters, Kim Young-gun with 8. So a slight advantage to the Korean side for the 36-year-old world #2. It's always interesting when head-to-head the world #2 is the favorite. Now, if you're newer to para-table tennis or the Paralympics, the wheelchair events are classes 1 through 5. And we'll get into that in a moment. Players just checking out each other's equipment right now because it really makes a big difference to know what your player is playing with. If they hit the ball with pips or pimpled rubber, depending on what part of the world you're from, the ball will move very differently. And the amount of spin you can generate with different types of even inverted rubber, meaning the smooth-looking, grippy rubber, can play a big role in the tactics you use against your opponent. So far, only 2 games dropped along the way. One in the semifinal to Maxime Thomas of France, and one in the group stages for Öztürk. But that is a flawless, undefeated, well, not flawless, but close to flawless and undefeated record for the Turk.
Close to flawless that you'd take it every time, wouldn't you? And this was a slightly more tricky route through, but once you take that to win in Group B out of the way, again, nothing too tricky.
So we're starting to tell you a little bit about the classification system as you meet Gert Selig from Germany, international blue badge umpire who's been around the world officiating and keeping things fair for the best in the world. Classes are 1 through 11. The lower the number, the greater the impairment. Intellectual impairment or disability is class 11. 6 through 10 is for standing athletes with physical impairments. And seated players are classes 1 through 5. Imre Bencik of Hungary, our assistant umpire for the match. So as mentioned before, stability and mobility for the lower classes, but this is class 4, the second highest in the wheelchair events, only second to class 5. So the upper body strength, physicality, mobility, balance is going to be quite high as Öztürk twiddles the racket And see the upper body strength on the side of Kim Young-gun, looking very physically fit, a bit of a Superman sort of physique, and the blue shirt to go with it.
He's a cool, calm customer, isn't he? The 36-year-old. Debut internationally now all the way back in 2001. 20 years on the international circuit. Wouldn't he love a third gold medal? Can you imagine being a triple gold medalist?
And taking it over the player who's defending his gold medal would mean that much more. It's not like he has an easily paved road here or anything too smooth and simple.
And for a gold medal match, you wouldn't want it any different, that's for sure.
So here we go, best of 5. First player to win 3 games, Öztürk to start. And perfect placement right out of the gates on the receive. Kim leaves it short to the forehand for the point. And all that patience, it's the timing in the end. He waits for the opportunity and spins it down the line to the backhand. That was his brother, Ali Öztürk, with the full beard in the crowd. Again, Turkey represented very well at the Paralympic Games, especially in the wheelchair events. You can hear the difference in the sound, the pips on the forehand of Kim, the Korean player. When he hits it with that forehand rubber, there's less rotation, but the control factor from Öztürk is outstanding. But this one's spanked. What did it do wrong? Did it misbehave? Did it upset you? No. But he crushed it nonetheless.
Shot before was the real shot, wasn't he? Just brushed it across, getting the spin on the ball, and the return he was able to dispatch.
It's just amazing how patient and confident Öztürk can be. He'll push these rallies and even allow the opponent to take the first attack because he's comfortable on the defense near the table. Then he'll take the momentum and find the opening. One shot and it's over. But a long serve here for an outright service point, and Öztürk coming into the first towel break. We haven't seen the towel used quite as much, but Öztürk taking this as sort of a mini timeout just to make sure that he's cool, dry, and has his game plan for the next points.
Oh, great placement. And Öztürk is nippy around the table, but he was not going to get there. More precision than power.
Yeah, and he made a quick move. You could see Öztürk willing to wheel over and really go the distance to try and reach that, leave the table behind. Which in this event is quite risky. You'll notice in the wheelchair events, players will have one hand on the wheel because at any given moment you might need to twist, turn yourself, or get those extra few centimeters in to reach. For example, but the hands, the control. I mean, it's like wizardry to be able to just pick a place on the table under pressure with heat coming in and make sure that you can touch it ever so gently out of reach, knowing the danger on the other side of the table. That is confidence.
A bit wild from Öztürk. Kim back on level terms, and he's a wily old character, isn't he? He manages the point very, very well.
Good pressure to follow the reverse tomahawk serve. Kim putting on the power down the middle of the table. Placement as well as the pressure. So 1 point in front, in the lead now. Good use of side spin, comes across the ball for an inside-out forehand down the middle. We hadn't seen a lot of towel breaks. Not used by the players, but I think we're going to see more here. Again, it is Class 4, so a bit more movement mobility than usual, or than in the past gold medal matches we've seen today. Ooh, a dribbler. Oh, he chose. Stands up in the corner. That's just how much, you know, you'll take what you can get. Now this, to me, is the more impressive point. Kim nearly comes out of the chair, but plays within the rules. You're not allowed to leave the seat. Some part of you must be, the thigh, the butt, something must be in contact with the seat when you have to reach for these shots. No chance at this one.
Beautiful placement. It was getting away from Ozturk, might still do, but at least he's got one back.
Now, we've seen this a few times where Ozturk decides that he's going to spin the ball, and it's not necessarily a powerful shot, but just the change of pace and rhythm here makes it difficult to block and keep down.
Yeah, wow, 3 on the row for Ozturk. Is he getting the measure of Kim? I mean, they've played each other so many times. Kim with the advantage in those meetings, but Ozturk certainly battling hard here.
So coming into the third towel break, dead even. Now, my memory could be wrong here, but it felt like he was down 5-9.
And it's 4 in a row that he's brought himself back. It's 4 consecutive points after 5 consecutive points from Kim. So like a seesaw, up and down, these athletes. But this is a massive point.
That was trouble. Good pressure. He sets it up well by going right at the baseline into the body. And Kim with the follow-up attack. No chance to return it. Game point for the Korean superstar, Kim Young-gun.
It's exactly what you were talking about, the speed to get around the table.
Oh, the finisher got him up on one wheel. Kim really had to work hard for that. Ozturk got everything back into play. Far to the forehand, deep to the backhand corner. Really, the chair was not stopping him, but just getting him to the ball. And finally, Kim could put it away. Game 1 in the bag by a narrow margin, 11-9.
And the best point of the match so far. And if you're Abdullah Ozturk, what do you feel? You played an absolute blinder and you still lose the point. 11-9. I wonder if this one is going to go. We've had a couple in this session go into the 5th game, gold medal matches. Will this one also be a classic? They're well matched, these two. One thing we do know is the Korean coach is the louder of the two coaches. Although Ozturk's coach has quite a lot to say at the moment.
It is always interesting to see how involved the coaches get from the corner. A variety of personalities, just like the players, and most of the coaches were former world-class players at one point, so they know from experience what it takes and why you shouldn't necessarily worry or what maybe the best response is to change under pressure. But for some, you know, coaches, it's almost they're living vicariously through their athlete. They're out there with them, so every point that's won, they feel like when they celebrate it, it's a team thing, you know? as demonstrated there in the replay. You win the points, I'll show for you. You take care of that part, I'll get your back. So back for game number 2. Kim Young-gun leading 1-0, serves on his side.
Not just the coaches, of course, making the noise. There is a fine contingent of Turkish and Korean coaches, players, support staff in here making some good noise and a good atmosphere.
That inside-out forehand off the pips has been quite tricky. He's played it on the parallel very well, but just brushing the side of the ball to make it bend. After all, with pips, there's a little bit more of a knuckling effect. So first point on the scoreboard here for Kim in game number 2.
What a reaction from Kim. Had to readjust and did it in some style. Amazing how hard these athletes work. I was in a lift around lunchtime with one of the Korean athletes, and you just see just how...
No! He just lobbed him down on the run. He must have been about 4 feet outside of the table on this, wheels way over, sky lobs it back. That is swag, that is confidence, and it earns him the point. Öztürk, like nothing.
Just going back to that point about the hands and how much effort they put in, how hard and the calluses on the hands. They really do suffer for their sport, but when you see the shot in the point previously from Öztürk, it must be all worth it, surely. You see one sailing on the angle.
Yeah, and it's interesting in terms of the hands in particular. Neither of these players, they have enough control with the palms, the fingertips to really grip the racket on their own, but in classes 1 and 2, you'll see them strapping in a lot. Oh, the reach extends the racket to the fingertips. Gets way in short for this and plays it back even wider. Öztürk says, "Not, you know better. You know what to do." Öztürk's game is a very wise game. It's about control, experience. Tactically, he's quite gifted. For example here, turns to the side. You might think, yeah, he's going to play cross court, the safe shot. Second time around, the most obvious shot would have been to do the same, but he goes down the line for the parallel winner. And again, backing off the table. His defense is strong, but he knows after leaving this one a little bit high, he's not going to be able to take it from right up, so he backs up quickly, but just out of reach. Kim, good power.
Yeah, would have been a perfect shot in class 2, not in class 4.
Good spin into the middle here. Öztürk's spin game, again, it's not overpowering, it's just very difficult to control. And that's ultimately the goal, is to win the point, not have the most machismo, simply win the match.
Casual, a little tap to the forehead, almost to his opponent. I'm going to outthink you, pal.
It's funny, I feel like that was a personal thing, but it could have gone either way. I mean, it was definitely, yeah, smart playing, that's right. That's what you have to do, a little reminder to play smart. And a smart play here as well, short side of the table.
He tapped the side of his head, of course, as he was wheeling himself towards the Korean coach, which I thought was quite amusing as well. Whether he was looking at him at the same time is a moot point, but certainly at the moment, is being the smartest at the table. You can see the look from Kim, not happy with how it's going.
He rolls over to the corner and sits next to the coach and says, "That was incredibly smart of me. Don't you agree?" Oh my goodness. Woo! Pull over, you've been speeding. That ball just so fast.
What were we saying about finesse over power?
In this point, I have nothing to say about finesse.
Didn't work for Ozturk, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, he set it up well. Kim earned himself the shot. Shut down the finesse game of his opponent for that moment.
Oh dear. That is not the time to do that.
Omiyage.
Never a good time, I guess.
10-0. If you're up 10-0, that might be the one. A good parallel spin shot. Ozturk 1 point away from getting himself on the scoreboard after a very narrow victory for his opponent in game one.
Oh, quick reactions, lovely forehand. He isn't going to give up that easily.
I like the way Kim side swipes the ball across the body. It makes it very awkward and makes it curve. Tough to counter off those pips. 1 game point saved, 4 more to go for Ozturk. Let service. Might have been the verticality of the toss was the warning. Ooh, the dribbler, the fortunate comes over. And Ozturk takes a moment. And then right after, well, is thrilled that he got the game in the bag. So 1 game apiece. Level playing field now. We'll see who takes the lead in game number 3, Ozturk or Kim.
I think it's fair to say, particularly in that game, he made his own luck. He was so many points up. I think he would have got over the line anyway. But what a fabulous game from the Turkish athlete. A lot of brain, a little bit of brawn, but he's an intelligent player who works his opponent around the table. Kim looked comfortable, or more comfortable in that first game, but he looked a bit at sea. And I wonder whether the Korean coach has enough time in this timeout, in this switch between games, just to say what he thinks he needs to say, because he was outclassed. That was the shot of the game.
Oh, that was spectacular as he rolls away. Oh, just too pretty. Too pretty. I mean, I've been watching every day for hours classes 1 through 5 players in wheelchairs, and not once in countless hours of outstanding world-class wheelchair table tennis have I seen someone roll away from the table off to the side without looking back and lobbing it for a winner like that.
And then wheeling away as if it was nothing.
Yep. Moves back in after good defense in the wide angle. Ozturk follows up by blitzing the table a little bit. Again, not afraid to relocate quite quickly, more than most. Near and far from the table. But a net recovery here. Kim with a good move into that short forehand side. His reach, little break off the net, hence the acknowledgement. The forehand had a bit of tomahawk spin on it, but the backhand, all the pace. I mean, we've seen that a few times now from Kim, and his upper body strength is just outstanding.
That's, I think, the definition of a well-constructed point.
Yeah. Once again, Ozturk with the spin. Not just the speed, but changing up the rhythm of the game. Parallel attack. Secure shot for the point.
Fabulous last two shots from Kim. The penultimate one, just a little snap of the wrist. And that set him up for the point.
Those parallel forehands have been just all day long, high percentage shots. Now they're low percentage shots in general to make because you've got less room on the table to work with, but that's the surprise factor. And with that extra spin, Öztürk's been incredibly consistent. So first towel break, dead even, 3 points apiece now. If you're newer to table tennis, players are allowed to use the towel every 6 points.
Yeah, this match is zipping along. I think they'll be grateful for a little towel down. How did he do that? That was astonishing.
Almost like a snake, an under the table spin shot. Waited for it to come up. I mean, in the wheelchair game, you've got racket head straight up most of the time. He did a 180 with the racket. Ooh, doesn't climb over the net. Some frustration there after very controlled shots from under the table. Öztürk knows that he's capable of winning points from there, but just missed the contact that he wanted. So Kim ties it up at 4 points apiece on screen, looking determined here. Now this time he delivers the power. When he goes cross court, he makes it count. And he changed up the patterns. For the first time in a while, Kim said, okay, he's done the last 3 to my backhand. I'll cover the backhand. And nope, went the other way. Ooh, just missing wide on that inside-out forehand. Very close to the table. Coaches are allowed to talk to their players between the points. Ooh.
Yep, well, there's the apology. It's so tight, and this is obviously a pivotal game. These players, you can see why they've been hoovering up the golds at the Paralympics.
The sound of that flatter hitting shot. He goes for broke on this one. The confidence to power through. Less about spin on this one and more about speed. Sacrifices finesse and just flashes through this one. 2 point lead at the second towel break now. Abdullah Öztürk.
It's a proper old slap, wasn't it?
It's funny, if you're newer to table tennis, the difference in sound is so important. You could shut your eyes and know that that was a fast, flat shot. Whenever I'm introducing someone to the sport, I'd like them to shut their eyes and tell me which is the spinny shot and which is the flat one. Ooh, reverse tomahawk serve, a kick with the top and side spin on that second bounce. Jumps up and finds the edge of the racket. Now a timeout on the Korean side.
I'd venture that was a spinny one.
Well, it sure was. And on the serves, generally, there's a bit more spin for sake of control and kick. As I think we mentioned earlier, there were a few times where a player took some spin off the serve just to earn something back that might have popped up.
And occasionally the flat, fast serve just to surprise your opponent. But like you say, in particular in wheelchair, the tomahawk, the side spin can be very difficult to control.
There's another look at it right at the top of the racket. Now you might think, was that an accident? And the answer is no. When he hits the ball near the top or the part of the racket that's farthest away from the handle, that means there's more racket speed there. Much like hitting at the end of a bat, it's simply moving faster so you can generate more speed and more spin, but it's tougher to control.
And also he hit it with what we probably wouldn't expect him to hit it with that side of the racket. I think that might have surprised Kim as well, that almost inside out tomahawk.
Right, the reverse tomahawk using the backhand side of the racket. And he does it very deceptively, you're right. Tough to tell until the last moment which way the ball's going to curve. So back from the timeout, Kim in blue, representing South Korea, looking to make his way back in. This point was spectacular. This was the point of the match for me so far. Ozturk rips the ball and it comes right back. He recovers. He was moved out of position on numerous occasions throughout this point.
Well, they both were, and he outlasted, didn't he, Kim? Brilliant stuff.
And that parallel forehand comes back into business. Now, if this timeout does not save Kim the game, it will have been burned. It will have been diffused by Ozturk. 5 game points on the receive for this one here. Good pressure, Kim fighting, playing the middle of the table here to put it right back to where it came from and save a game point. Oh my goodness, that backhand comes out and it bruises so hard. Baseline, racket high, and as fast as can be, that lower camera angle, you can really see the ball just whizzing past.
Lined it up beautifully, still fighting.
But a little bit off the top of the net for Ozturk. And after taking that moment, recognizes that this is just 1 game away from being his gold medal. Abdullah Ozturk up 2-1 over Kim Young-gun, the world number 2, who has a winning record and 2 gold medals to his name already in singles. But the defending gold medalist on screen, Abdullah Ozturk, will be back with game number 4 of the men's singles Class 4 gold medal match.
Kim, well, he must wonder what he has to do. He's not been playing badly, but he's been out-muscled, out-thought, outplayed in that 3rd game. 11-7 after 11-6, and the tide is going one way at the moment, and it's not the Koreans' way.
For all the different skills that Kim has demonstrated out here, it's almost creepy how much control and wisdom Ozturk has in the rally. It's not much different from the men's singles final at the Olympic Games, where you've got an explosive player with so much power on one side of the table, and then on the other side, someone with incredible control who's able to shut it down and just let the opponent attack first without really blinking or batting an eye. So starting off game number 4, down 1-2, Kim, a man on a mission. Ozturk has adjusted so well to those fading forehands, the brushing short pip shot, or the pipped forehand of Kim. Just sort of floats it back to the middle of the table and waits for his opportunity to spin it back. The defense in this, Kim with 2 attacks, the second one even faster than the first.
Well, the tide is certainly going one way at the moment. What can Kim do here?
It's funny, a lot of people ask, why does he just keep hitting the ball right to his racket? It appears that way. Credit to the guy putting his racket in the right spot every time.
It's a question of perspective.
And I think it's sort of like magic. You're not watching the hand that's not featured in front of you. You're watching the opponent who's hitting the ball, and by the time you look at where the ball went, the racket's already there.
And if you are watching the person who's about to receive, you can see sometimes that racket flashing around as they try to get the right side, the right rubber for whatever shot they think is coming.
But handled well quickly right off the bounce from the middle of the table. Kim going deep to the backhand side, gets his first point this game. A much needed bit of fuel in the tank now, on the scoreboard anyway.
And he's on his own, isn't he, really, in many ways, in that he's burned that timeout. He's experienced enough at, 36 years of age to be able to get this under control.
So casual in that point. The first shot from Öztürk, he lets come off the table and does that underhanded shot and just leaves the spin on, guiding it back. He just doesn't seem fazed by nearly anything right now. He's so confident on the defense and ready to quickly turn it into an attack when he needs.
It's still let.
I love it. Let.
Gentlemen.
And is it a let yet? Okay, now it's a let. But he did the right thing to keep playing the point. You don't stop playing until the umpire agrees that it's a let. Very close, had the idea, almost biting his finger there with anticipation of how close that shot was. I mean, this is the precision of his game. He plays these touch shots so well.
Little glance at the umpire, just in case he could agree that it had taken a little nib off the side. No dice.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. It reminded me when Dr. Evil sort of turns his pinky up. Like, I've got a plan now. The world is mine.
Well, the Paralympic Games might be here shortly.
But not enough side spin to curve this back on. It is Kim who is making his way back in. From down 0-3, he's won 3 of the next 4 points to put some real pressure on the man with the serve right now in the lead in games, Abdullah Öztürk. But this serve is not only a momentum breaker, but one to set them apart. What are you thinking?
I'm just thinking he is feeding off. He can see his fans. He's facing the fans, and he's feeding off them.
It's an interesting point you brought up earlier.
Well, I say fans, it's his mates, it's his team, it's his other coaches, and if you can't be inspired by them, well, you have to be inspired by yourself, of course, but yeah, it helps.
Seeing is believing. When you can see the reactions, the hands in the air, people cheering for you, it definitely does motivate you. And good pressure into the middle, right on that crossover point. Now in wheelchairs, players, as I mentioned earlier, have the rackets up, the racket head up a little bit more, but still, they use the backhands effectively as well, so that indecision point is tough when the ball comes in quickly and you have to choose. This one a little bit shallow on the table. It stays inside, and Kim takes it early off the bounce. Watch where this one comes down on the table. Just behind the net, which leaves the angle for Kim. Very smart, say, capitalizing on that opportunity.
Well, you never write him off, do you, Kim Young-gun? Back to within touching distance.
That's an outstanding reach. He starts to move, but he doesn't go too far. He uses his reach to make sure that he can keep his positioning at the back and center of the table. A lot of tactics that are a little bit different. In the standing events, they'd say feet first, but at times you know that if your feet go too far, you're not going to be able to recover, and it's the same with the chair here. Has to make sure he keeps his position at the middle, and he does just that with that full extension. So now 6 points apiece. If Ozturk wins this game, that is it. Kim needs to win this and the next for the gold medal. Good placement deep on the table after he leans way out of reach. Well now, very, very close. I think it was the second bounce that came over, but it was his own side for Ozturk.
Great serve, wasn't it? It was fast, it was low, it had some spin on it as well, and put him in charge of the point. And it's not all over just yet.
But no messing around this time. Follows up the attack with an even faster one. One baseline, and then right on top of it, Kim in front by 1 point.
How deep were those shots? Right on the edge, into the body of Ozturk. You wouldn't want to call this, would you? It's so tight. The two best players in this classification, in this gold medal match, and well, they are battling it out.
The hands you were talking about, the calluses all over. At full extension twice, this time the second shot right into the body. Shorter shot from Kim, and it pays off.
Oh, what flexibility, what agility, what commitment to the point as well. He has really dug deep in this game.
It's just so amazing that you can go from defense, 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 withstand the blows and attacks from the opponent, and the first time it sits up above shoulder height, you rip it once and it is over.
Kim trying to fight fire with fire, possibly not the most advisable tactic. 9-9. Well, 2 points for the gold medal for this young man. Possibly 2 points to take it into a fifth game.
Well, Ozturk has the serves on his side. The last two serve combination we will see in game number 4, so he could use them to his effect. Statistically speaking, the server tends to have the advantage, so we'll see. But in the rally, the table not wide enough for this wide push, and it's Kim who earns himself a game point to send this to the decider.
Oh, Kim, inscrutable. You know exactly how disappointed Ozturk was.
Very patient play and never going out of his comfort zone, but spinning when he had the opportunity. The controlled game of Ozturk ties it up at 10 points apiece.
These are two incredible athletes, aren't they? Goodness me. Blow for blow, tactic for counter-tactic.
Yeah, it's been a battle of minds. It's been a battle of physicality. The stamina tested. We'll see here alternating serves deuce in game number 4. He's so comfortable to cover that backhand corner of the table. Ozturk like he never even moved there. Brings it back time and time again, and now has his first gold medal point. He says just one more, I'm 1 point away. But he can't celebrate too early. Kim is very capable of coming back if ever a player was. Serve with Ozturk on his gold medal point. And he does it. Abdullah Ozturk takes it. He defends his title and takes the gold medal once again. Rio and Tokyo 2020 right out of the wheelchair over the barriers. What a celebration. Leaps on through. Look at this, the celebration, and Turkey flags all around to wrap the gold medalist in and helped right back up into the chair. He pulls a Jang Ji-Koo straight out of the wheelchair. Congratulations to the 31-year-old world rank #1 for a spectacular finish at deuce in game number 4 over the world #2. His arch nemesis from Rio 2016. What a spectacle.
Well, we have seen barriers knocked down before in this Paralympic table tennis competition, but none with perhaps so much joy and so much emotion as Abdullah Ozturk. You have to feel for Kim. He didn't play badly at all, but the tide turned after that first game, and it was one-way traffic. And it is Abdullah Ozturk, the 31-year-old, who retains his title. Both these athletes now with 2 Paralympic gold medals to their name. They are both titans of this sport, and we've just seen in the last, how many minutes was it? 41 minutes, why they are so well regarded.
Well, when you saw Will Bailey, if you did the other day, kick through the barriers, I didn't think that 2 times in 3 days I would see an homage to Jang Ji-Koo, respect to the 2014 Men's World Cup champion. But it has become an iconic celebration that means more than, say, a new fan to the sport can enjoy it at face value. But if you've been watching the sport for a while, you know that this is something special.
And he headed for the barriers with the same commitment as each and every shot he made at the table. Here he goes, he's off. This is, I love this. Now, did he want to stop? Too late. He's off and out. That's brilliant. It's such a great celebration.
Perfect landing, too.
He styled it out.
If this were gymnastics, I mean,
It's
he
a
could turn to
10.
the... Exactly.
Perfect 10.
He landed it exactly as you wanted the jump to go. Abdullah Ozturk is going to be well celebrated. He still has another week or so before he will leave Japan because he's got the team event, but alongside his brother, he makes for a very powerful Turkish team. But we can't go without acknowledging this man here. Kim Young-gun, 36 years old, was world #1 in May of 2019 and had an 8-6 record coming into this match. But here are the stats on screen.
Yeah, and Kim, well, you know, it's not a disaster, his stats, but it just wasn't enough.
In those stats, we saw a 46-shot rally. Think about how long that is, how much concentration in every moment. It's lovely, though, to see this man here, covered in sweat, soaked in the joy of all his efforts, surrounded by the flag, too.
He's gone off-road. Where's he going? Oh, he's going that way. Okay,
wherever
that's okay.
he wants. He's the gold medalist. There are no tracks in life. You create them. Follow in the tracks that Abdullah Ozturk leaves behind. So we will have an awards ceremony in just a bit, but the man off the rails is on cloud 9. Abdullah Öztürk, the gold medalist. Stay right here. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's singles class 2.
皆様、ただいまより男子シングルスクラス2の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back. This is the victory ceremony for the men's singles Class 2 event at Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games in the wonderful world of table tennis. The top 4 athletes, the medalists in the Class 2 event, making their way out to the podium. It has been quite an exciting time so far. We had a chance to call the final. Now, there will be 2 bronze medalists for the first time since 1996 Atlanta, so there was no bronze medal game.
I like that. I think it's quite nice. You got to a semi-final. You don't then want to have to get yourself G'd up for a bronze medal match. It's one for debate, but these 2 Korean athletes won't want to debate it. They'll be happy to have their place on the podium.
And no one can debate the fact that you like it either. I'm on the same page. I think it's not quite as exciting as watching people fight for the gold. Coming home 4th place is tough. It is, but having said that, they would have, perhaps begrudging, but they would have enjoyed the final that we enjoyed between Lamoureux and Super. What a final it was. It went right to the end in the 5th game. And this is Mr. Leonel Daroja Pinto, governing board member, as you could see on screen. Governing board member of IPC, the International Paralympic Committee, and his accompanying presenter, Mr. Hasebe Ken, the mayor of Shibuya City.
Home of the crossing.
Oh, the scramble.
The famous crossing.
Do not put a mattress there. And our bronze medalists from Republic of Korea, that is South Korea to you and me, Cha Soo-young and Park Jin-chul. Outstanding performances by these 2. And only 2 players could top them here. But a very proud nation of Korea here to take 2 of the 4 gold medals.
They've been strong across the board, haven't they? A lot of medals at these Paralympic Games, the table tennis events, and there'll be some more, I'm sure, because there's the team to come. Not finished here at the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, but both bronze medals going to Korea.
So 41-year-old Cha Soo-young, his 2nd time at the Paralympic Games. In singles, wasn't able to make it to the quarterfinals last time around, so a bronze medal, very impressive.
Park there, also his teammate looking across, comparing the posy and the medal. There'll be a celebration between those 2 tonight, I am sure.
And now our silver medalist, Rafał Chupa of Poland, Chupi, making an incredible battle in the end. Down to the very last 2 points of game number 5, 11-9 in the 5th. Once again, him and his opponent will be strong rivals for years to come.
Silver in Rio, silver here. I guess it's a question of what might have been, but you have to just put that behind you and just say, I got again to the Paralympic final and I got the silver. And who knows in 3 years' time what might happen.
Sometimes you just have to stop and smell the roses, as he did. At 33 years old, he's on his way up. And the only player who could beat him, 41-year-old from France, the world ranked #1, Fabien Lamiraud, father of 3 and a back-to-back gold medalist.
Have a quick look at it first. Make sure it's gold and then put it on. I like that very much indeed. What a moment for the Frenchman.
Is this the right one? Is this mine? Just want to make sure. This is gold? Okay, good, and it is. I like it. The head nod there, the deep breath as he takes it all in. A very proud moment for the father and the fighter.
Yeah, he has the collection, doesn't he? He's been a European champion, a world champion twice, and a two-time Paralympic champion as well.
So bringing the pride to France, we will now have the French national anthem. Please rise if you can.
I think the whole of the French Paralympic table tennis team is here in the Metropolitan Gymnasium, and they were singing the Marseillaise with gusto.
Well, it really brings it to life to hear the nation's citizens singing it out, adding the vocals and the words to the soundtrack that will touch the hearts of millions throughout France. A major congratulations to the countries of all these athletes, South Korea, Poland, and France. But the biggest congratulations to France's Fabien Lamirault for taking the gold once again here in Tokyo 2020. So the photo finish moment as sports brings the nations of the world together. The players sit proudly atop the podium. Opponents on the table, but comrades in the end. As the years go on, they'll look back at their lives and remember the faces they saw through the sweat, the tears of defeat, the tears of joy as they collected their medals, and the players that motivated them to keep on improving over the years. So we've got more table tennis action to come at the Paralympic Games Tokyo 2020. Stay right here as the battles continue, and then more victory ceremonies to celebrate with the heroes of the sport.
Into evening session is the women's singles class 9 gold medal match. Gold all the way here on this Monday, and it's our third of our 4 finals in the afternoon into evening session. And it's People's Republic of China against Australia.
男子シングルスクラス2の表彰式を終えた卓球会場です。この後準備が整い次第、女子シングルスクラス9の決勝戦が行われます。中華人民共和国代表対オーストラリア代表となります。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's singles class 9 gold medal match.
女子シングルスクラス9決勝戦選手入場です。
Representing People's Republic of China,
中華人民共和国代表
Xiong Gui. And representing Australia,
オーストラリア代表
Li Na Lei. So to confirm our umpires for this third final of the evening into afternoon session
ではこの試合の審判をご紹介しましょう。
from Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
Choi Chang-seong, and from Japan,
日本五十嵐久美子
ladies and gentlemen, the officials.
審判のご紹介でした。
So let's take a look at our athletes representing Australia, Li Na Lei, double Paralympic champion from London 2012 and Beijing 2008. She also won silver in Athens 2004 and Rio 2016, a real Paralympian. 3 times world champion from Beijing 2014, Montreal 2006 and Taipei 2002. Also been Asian champion on 3 occasions. Age 33, world ranking number 4.
それでは選手紹介していきましょう。まずはオーストラリア代表リーナ・レイ選手です。2回のパラリンピックチャンピオンに輝いています。2008年北京、そして2012年ロンドンです。さらに2004年2016年アテネでそしてリオで銀メダルを獲得しています。さらに2014年3回の世界チャンピオンに輝いています。それに加えて2006年2002年と取っています。アジアチャンピオンも3回経験しています。33歳ランク4位オーストラリア代表リーナ・レイ選手です。
Representing People's Republic of China, Xiong Gui, current and double Asian champion, also the current Asian Para Games champion, and another title she has retained. In the same tournament, she has helped the team to sweep the board with gold throughout the last decade. 45-year-old, and she's world ranked number 1.
対するは世界ランク1位中華人民共和国代表ジャン・グエヤン選手です。このクラスのアジア王者、この10年間で2014年世界選手権を含む団体の金にも貢献しています。また個人でも2014年銀メダル、2018年銅メダルを獲得しています。ベテラン45歳はナンバーワン、中華人民共和国代表ジョン・グエヤン選手です。
Lena Lay wins 3-2. It was 6-11, 11-5, 11-5, 9-11, 11-5. So we've got another gold medalist, this time in the women's singles class 9, representing Australia, Lena Lay.
ご覧のように女子シングルスクラス9、これまたフルセットになりましたが、3対2取ったのはランク4位オーストラリア代表リーナ・レイ選手でした。
That's a very broad smile indeed. Coming up next, we have our victory ceremony for the men's singles class 4. That's coming up next. And then we have our last of our action, which will be followed again by 2 victory ceremonies. Victory ceremony for this and the match that follows, which is the women's singles class 10. But next up, we have the victory ceremony for the men's singles class 4.
ではこの後は男子シングルスクラス4の表彰式となります。準備が整いますまで今しばらくお待ちください。そしてその後今夜のラストマッチになりますね。女子シングルスクラス10決勝戦、オーストラリア代表対ブラジル代表となっています。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's singles class 4.
皆様、ただいまより男子シングルスクラス4の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is the men's singles Class 4 victory ceremony. Classes 1 through 5 for players in wheelchairs. And Class 4, the second most mobile classification within the wheelchair events. And these were the top 4 athletes throughout the tournament in the singles event. Players from around the world making their countries proud. And strong representation here from Turkey, a nation that's been very strong in the wheelchair events at the Paralympic Games. But some other very notable nations have sent outstanding players as well to battle and represent at the biggest stage in the world.
And weren't we treated to a fabulous gold medal match as well earlier today? Seeing the two gentlemen on our left-hand side. And Turkey so strong in this.
Here is Mr. Hasebe Ken, mayor of Shibuya City, home of the Shibuya Scramble. The most spectacular intersection in the world, as far as I know anyway. Way up there anyway, Mr. Sato Hiroshi, Vice Director General of the Tokyo Organizing Committee of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I have to start reading very quickly when I see all those words on screen to make sure they don't disappear.
He's a very busy man himself.
Yes. And here are the bronze medalists on the left from France, Maxime Thomas, and on the right from Turkey, Nesim Turan, 29-year-old Turkish player in his second appearance at the Paralympic Games, started playing at 15 years old. And here, the French player, 37, world ranked number 3 at his 4th Paralympic Games, got a bronze in London in 2012, a bronze in Rio in 2016, and has stably been a top 4 finisher. In the past, had to be top 3 twice to earn those bronze medals, but here there was no battle for the bronze medal, a title shared across both of these players in the top 4. So congratulations to both Turkey and France, and of course the players themselves earning this honor to be here, having their country's flag flown high for the medal ceremony.
Yeah, France and Turkey have had a good Paralympic Games so far. Tamar unable to get past Ozturk, who we'll see shortly on top of the podium.
And now our silver medalist, 36-year-old world ranked number 2, representing South Korea in his 5th Paralympic Games, a legend of the sport, Kim Young-gun. He took a gold in Athens in 2004, a gold in London in 2012, and here came very close in the final. Was only outdone by 1, so a silver medal represents an outstanding tournament.
Man from Gwangju with the silver. Been playing internationally for 20 years now.
Medalist and Paralympic champion representing Turkey.
金メダリストおよびパラリンピックチャンピオントルコ
And our gold medalist from Turkey, the 31-year-old world ranked number 1 in his 3rd Paralympic Games defending gold medalist back to back. It is Abdullah Öztürk who takes the gold medal once again under coach Bayram Ali Yildiz, a big brother to Ali Öztürk, a strong team for the Turkish men, and the leader right here, as wise as they come, tactically sound, defense, offense, creativity, and calmness under pressure. He took the gold in a thrilling battle.
Well, he was a star in Rio, and he was outstanding in a comeback win here in the gold medal match.
Ladies and gentlemen, national anthem.
So now if you will please rise if you can for the Turkish national anthem. So there you have it, the Turkish national anthem, courtesy of Abdullah Öztürk, with his back-to-back second gold medal at the Paralympic Games, a dominant performance, and very narrowly pulled out in the end. It didn't come easy, that's for sure, and the skills he brought to the table wouldn't be without great sacrifice, undying efforts, and a constant improving attitude to make sure that he's always staying at the top of the game. World number one means that everybody else is chasing you. And three of the top finishers chasing Abdullah Öztürk share the podium with him now. A proud day, a proud week, and a proud tournament for the Öztürk family, Abdullah Öztürk, and the whole squad. So fans in Turkey will rejoice and celebrate as he tops the headlines in the papers and creates outstanding news for Turkish athletes. But a reminder that sport brings the world together. He says, hey, do you mind if I grab my friend in here, my teammate, to join us? And of course, Maxime Thomas saying no problem. So unity for all. Korea, Turkey, and France. The top four here as the cameraman shoot their shots and get their glamour photos. The champion, Abdullah Öztürk of Turkey, once again. And we look forward to seeing these athletes battle it out in the team's event. And of course, in future Paralympics to come, years and years ahead for these young athletes. Stick around, we've got more medal matches to follow. A thriller should be coming up in just a bit as we have Brazil versus Australia in the women's singles Class 10 event, and it will be fiery. Congratulations again to our athletes from men's singles Class 4. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games.
Class 10 gold medal match, and then both victory ceremonies will then follow.
いや素晴らしいトルコのチームスタッフの祝福がありました。さあこの後なんですけれども、今日のラストマッチになります女子シングルスクラス10決勝戦、オーストラリア代表対ブラジル代表が控えています。その後女子シングルスクラス9、クラス10の表彰式を執り行います。
gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for the women's singles Class 10 gold medal match.
女子シングルスクラス10決勝戦選手入場です。
Representing Australia,
オーストラリア代表
Chi Yang. And representing Brazil,
ブラジル代表
Bruna Costa Alexandre. So let's introduce you to the umpires for our final of our finals, our 8th final this evening, and it is umpires from
では審判を紹介しましょう。
Sweden,
スウェーデン
Ingrid Bugren, and Russian Federation,
ロシア連邦
Ludmila Gryaznova. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials.
審判のご紹介でした。
Brazil against Australia. Let's have a look at the Brazilian athletes. Bruna Costa Alexandre, Paralympic bronze medalist in Rio and the same colour of medal in the World Championships 2014 hosted in Beijing. In 2019 she won silver in the Dutch Open and gold in the Chinese Open. 26 years old, world ranked number 4.
では選手ご紹介していきましょう。まずブラジル代表ブルーナ・コスタ・アレシャンドン選手です。リオでは銅メダリストでした。そして世界選手権でも銅メダル獲得。2014年北京でも銅です。2019年オランダオープンで銀、チャイナオープンでは金メダルを獲得しています。26歳ランキング4位はブルーナ・コスタ・アレシャンドレ選手です。
Representing Australia, Chi Yang, a Paralympic silver medalist in both Rio 2016 and London 2012. She was also in Beijing 2014, silver medalist in the World Championships. In 2015, she was Asian champion, a title she held on 4 occasions. She has held the Asian Games title twice, 2010 in China and 2014 in Republic of Korea. She's 25 years old and world ranked number 3.
対するはランク3位のオーストラリア代表チ・ヤン選手です。リオとロンドンの銀メダリストになります。2014年世界選手権北京でも銀、そして2015年以来アジア選手権4回制しています。アジアゲームスも2010年、2014年2回勝っています。現在25歳、ワールドランキング3位、オーストラリア代表チ・ヤン選手です。
Chiang wins 3 games to 1, 13-11, 6-11, 11-7 and 11-9. We have our last gold medal winner of the day. It's in the women's singles class 10, representing Australia, Chi Yang.
ご覧のように女子シングルスクラス10、チアン選手、リオ、ロンドンでは銀メダリストでしたけれども、東京で金に輝きました。ランクナンバー3からオーストラリア代表、チー・ヤン選手勝者です。
So that completes the action on the tables for today. Our 8 finals now completed, and that's the singles competition all wound up. But now we move on to the victory ceremony for the match that we, not this one just gone, but the one previous, the penultimate action of the day, and that is the women's singles class 9. But then we'll go straight on to the victory ceremony for the match that you've just seen, which is the women's singles class 10. So please do stay around for our 2 victory ceremonies.
さあ、これでシングルスの試合すべて完了ということになりました。この後2つ表彰式を残すのみとなりました。この後は女子シングルスクラス9の表彰式、そして今しがた終わったこの試合、女子シングルスクラス10の表彰式もその後行われます。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's singles class 9.
皆様、ただいまより女子シングルスクラス9の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games, the wonderful world of table tennis. Coming to you live from Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium, this is the women's singles Class 9 victory ceremony. Classes 1 through 11 played at the Paralympic Games. The lower the number, the greater the impairment. So Class 9 at the top of the challenge level, the top of the mobility chain, and these women played some incredible table tennis to be the top 4 in their class. So players from Hungary, Poland, China, and Australia represented here. And they will bring the flags out in a bit. But first, we will present these athletes with their medals and the respect they deserve from an incredible week of competition to pay off for the years of blood, sweat, and tears, the sacrifice to bring them to this point in time today.
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee, to be presenting medals, alongside Mr. Raul Kalin, ITTF Secretary General,
Well, the bronze medalist, there was a bit of a surprise, wasn't there? Karolina Peck of Poland, the outstanding athlete, the woman from Krakow. She was, I think, probably expected to get into the final. Didn't happen. And Alexa Svitkats of Hungary, who lost 3-2, only just through to Lina, the 31-year-old. Amazing story of triumph over adversity. A lot of those, of course, here at the Paralympic Games. And Karolina Peck, still just 23 years of age. Svitkats of Hungary had toxic shock syndrome 2018, only 3 years ago. And had to have an amputation, and she calmed her parents by saying, "I'm going to be a para champion," and she's on the podium.
Representing People's Republic of China.
And our silver medalist from China, Xiong Guiyan, 45 years old, world ranked #1 in her second appearance here. A big upgrade from the quarterfinals in Rio 2016. 5 years later, again, 45 years of age. And here she is getting closer and closer to that gold medal. World #1 puts her in a good position, but an outstanding performance in the final from her opponent. So from Australia, representing the Australian Down Under, or the Australia Down Under, that is. She's 33 years old, world rank #4, and at her 5th appearance, it is Lei Lina of Australia.
Yeah, she's been on the podium a lot under the colours of China. The first time that she's made it onto the podium, and a gold medal for Australia.
And not her first gold medal. Got a silver in Athens in 2004, a gold in Beijing in 2008, a gold in London in 2012, and a silver in Rio, but back up to the gold medal position here, this time, as you mentioned, for Australia. So now we will hear the national anthem for Australia. And there you have it, the national anthem of Australia. A proud moment for the Aussies in a land down under. There will be Paralympic Games in Australia in the not too distant future, and they're getting stronger and stronger, the Paralympic events of table tennis. So a lot of reasons for even more growth of the sport and more eyes on the wonderful world of table tennis. Another look at the medalists here. Hungary, Poland, China, and Australia all represented. A major congratulations to these countries, and especially Lei Li Na for Australia with her gold medal. So the players come together to embrace. Just a reminder that in sports, while we have rivals and we have opponents, we have no challenge without them, and no spectacle for the fans, the spectators, to enjoy without the hard work of our opponents. So in these moments we rejoice and we come together and we celebrate the beauty of our favorite sports. So thank you to all the athletes and congratulations once again. These are the women to watch of Class 9. You're watching Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games, and we've got one more victory ceremony to come, so stick around as we honor the athletes. It'll be Class 10, that victory ceremony coming right up.
女子シングルスクラス9の表彰式を終えたところです。この後準備が整い次第、女子シングルスクラス10の表彰式を行います。
So just to confirm, very shortly we'll be doing our final victory ceremony of the day, the women's singles class 10.
ご案内します。この後準備が整い次第、女子シングルスクラス10の表彰式を行います。
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's singles class 10.
皆様、ただいまより女子シングルスクラス10の表彰式を行います。
Please welcome the medalists.
メダリストをお迎えください。
Go to the ni, to the i, to the chi, to the wa. Konnichiwa and irashaimase. Hello and welcome back to Tokyo 2020, the Paralympic Games. This is the women's singles class 10 victory ceremony. And four very strong athletes have fought hard to make it to this stage of the tournament. Some legends of the sport on screen. Upsets galore, surprises, newcomers, fresh faces, and as mentioned, some of the greatest athletes in Paralympic history. We'll get into that in just a bit. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Natalia Partika, who has won everything for the last, how many? 4 editions of the Paralympic Games, is an Olympian as well, and lost 9-11 in the semi-final. That was a classic.
I think she was up 9-5 in Game 5. It was a spectacular match to watch. Had it been the gold medal match, I think it would have been just crazy off the charts. Dr. Lin Chia-hong, Deputy Director General of the SA for Chinese Taipei,
Accompanied by
続きまして
Mr. Raul Kalin,
and Mr. Raul Kalin, ITTF Secretary General. Very hardworking man. My co-commentator's laughing hysterically at me right now.
Never do that.
Bronze medalist representing
Good times, good times.
Poland and representing Chinese Taipei.
銅メダリストポーランドおよびチャイニーズ台北
Natalia Partika.
And now we have our 2 bronze medalists. Natalia Partika, the legend of Poland, 4-time Paralympic gold medalist, and also Olympian through and through. And representing Chinese Taipei, Tian Xiaowen, the left-handed sensation who trains down at Jiangming Ping Pong in Kaohsiung.
Well, what a shock it was to see the woman who won in 2004, 2008, 2012 and 2016 not making it onto the top step of the podium, but alongside this athlete from Chinese Taipei, Partika, just missing out. The bronze though, another medal.
She had been at 11 years old her first Paralympic Games, and at 15, from the time of 15 until just a few days ago, she had been a gold medalist more than half of her life.
Jen, I think, will be delighted to be standing next to her as well.
Absolutely. So congratulations to both Natalia Partika and Tian Xiaowen. But representing Brazil, our silver medalist, Bruna Costa Alexandra. She was spectacular to watch.
Oh, some of the rallies in the final in the gold medal match were amazing. And she had the chances, just couldn't convert.
Yeah, it really could have gone either way. In the start, a very strong lead over the eventual gold medalist and very close to taking it to Game 5. She had snakes, lobs, counters, and the highest toss serve I've seen in the para game. Just spectacular. But the only player to outdo her here, representing Australia, Yang Chen, the one who shut down Natalia Partika. I mean, really, in this event, Natalia Partika has been such a shoo-in that it seems like you could give her the gold medal before the event starts. That's just the history she's created for herself.
But every empire has its day, and then we move on, and perhaps this is the new empire, Yang Qian.
Yeah, we will see. Class 10 indefinitely. Yang Chen here, making the Australians very proud. So now, once again, we will have the Australian national anthem. Please rise.
オーストラリア国歌の演奏です。
And there you have it, the Australian national anthem, proudly earned for the land down under by Yang Chen. So Australia taking classes 9 and 10 at the Paralympic Games. But this event was really spectacular to watch. And I recall both when Yang Chen beat Natalia Partika from down 5-9 in the decider, to when Bruna beat Tian Xiaowen and jumped the barriers twice to hug her delegation in the crowd. It was simply spectacular. And I will say that Bruna is a spectacular player. Yang Chen is unstoppable here in this tournament. I don't think it'll be the last we see of Natalia Partika and the form she keeps. And same with Tian Xiaowen, who's quite young and training hard all the time with her unstoppable forehands and her control game.
Be fascinating to see how it plays out in 3 years' time. But at the moment, our focus very much here at the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. There are our medalists.
Yeah, for me, there are a lot of exciting events to watch come Paris 2024. I'm loving the kangaroo on the side. I don't know if you could see the kangaroo bouncing as if it was actually jumping. Either way, this event right here just has so much star power, so spectacular to watch, from the different styles, the personalities of the players, the fights. But they will continue, and I've seen more fiery celebrations at the Paralympics than I've seen. And this is from someone who just came off the Olympic Games, but the Paralympics have been outstanding to watch in the wonderful world of table tennis. So we look forward to seeing you for more action here in Tokyo 2020 as the Paralympic Games continue tomorrow. For a new session, we've got team events to come, and the whole world is here playing, bringing their best. So see you soon for more table tennis action right here in Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium.
Towards making Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games a success.
東京2020組織委員会はイベントを成功させるために尽力してくださったボランティアの皆様に感謝いたします。
Well, we hope to see you tomorrow for the start of team matches. The action gets underway at 10 a.m. But for now, you know what's coming. Good night, Tokyo.
では明日も10時からセッションを予定しております。また明日お会いしましょう。